Make sure I pop out chat way ahead of time. That way I don't miss any. I missed a bunch of chats yesterday. Okay, so we should run this test and we'll see what ends up failing. Okay, so we're back to the during global being the failure. That is the same as all of our other testing now, so we're actually aligned, which is nice. Like, very nice. So now, fixing this would end up fixing that. So I want to test this real quick. So if we subtract a day instead, are we good? That was a hunch that I had previously when we were looking at the Python code, so I just wanted to verify it. And it's still a failure there. Okay, so we need to start... Oh, wait, hold on. I messed that up. There we go. We are going to need to start logging what values we're seeing. It is still the during global. All right. And what up, girl? How you doing? I want to log these values too. Ooh, and I probably want to do a less than here instead. So yeah, let's look at these values just to see. Just for readability, I want to see this part too. All right, so we're after the start, but not before the end. Okay, so now and end. Okay. How is our end timestamp that? Oh, you know what? Hold on, we're getting two of these. Are we validating them directly after each other? I don't know if we are. I don't think we are. Let me look at that. Yeah, should daily during... Oh, no. Oh, wait. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to split these up. That way they go sequentially. And then we know that the most recent one is the one that we want to be looking at. Because it's just going to bail out when the assertion fails. All right, so here we go. We end up seeing that. Then we see this one. And that fails out. Yeah, that should be fine. So, yeah, what is going on here? So we're seeing zeroed time, zeroed start time, zeroed end time. So the fact that we're getting before and after true is actually even weirder to me now. Right? Because that's what we were getting before when we did this. Let's just make sure we're even getting into that point. But yeah, how you doing, CD Villard? So we don't see it getting into this branch. So that's not even our problem. Oh, yeah, that's brutal. That's not ideal. What up, Mohai? How you doing? So we're not changing this value. Which is strange to me, because isn't zeroed end timestamp? Oh, hold on. We don't see if that one is less than 0. Trying Arc browser? Nice. How do you like it? All right, so we're going to want to walk through the logic of this. Yeah, neither of these actually get into that unit test. Let me do something else too. We probably don't have npm run all here, huh? We don't. All right, so we add npm run all so we can actually orchestrate these things. I don't remember if we're actually using turbo repo. We are. We might not need npm run all. No, shit. Hold on. I messed up. We gotta close that. That's gonna modify that file. All right, that finally installed. Hold on. Yeah, I forget how to do that now. PNPM run scripts with same prefix. PNPM can just do it directly. Is it going to do it in parallel or in sequence? Oh, I'd have to pass parallel if I wanted it that way. Cool. Oh, interesting. Cool. Okay. So it looks like it is sequential because it bailed out before the third one would get there. Yeah, so we don't care about that part. right, so now we can just do the client, or we could do just the scheduler. Scheduling, I think we called it. Yeah. So we expect that to fail again. And that one's failing too. Should be within schedule for schedule with daily time. All right, so our unit tests here are also failing. Yeah, so this is an issue now. Let me look at the scheduling logic again. Are we exporting everything? Oh, and yeah, we'll leave that for now. We're going to end up removing it. Yeah, so we are exporting isSchedule function, or isSchedule active with now, so we can actually mock our tests better, make them more deterministic. I think that's the right move. The way we're going to want to do this is we want to orchestrate these a bit better. So we could pass in the schedules and the now properly. Yeah, so all of, let's say for this part, I think the others we're going to want to test a similar way too. All right, so this is just going to be a helper function. Test daily schedule with now. The values we want to take into this are going to be mocked now. And this is going to be label. I don't know. Mocked now, date time. Oop, wrong thing. Okay, so then the label value okay, so 0 day with current time. Yeah, we want to calculate that on the fly. So that should be good. Ooh. Okay, so hold on. Here's my next question. Am I passing milliseconds or seconds everywhere? That looks like seconds to me. Right? I think so. Okay, so the mocked now. I'm not sure the order of, like, mocked now versus label makes sense, or is even worth it. Right, so 0, sure. What's up, Fishman? Sorry for leaving you hanging yesterday. Yeah, I saw you say that yesterday too. That's weird. All right, so this is going to be day.js.set hour. Oh, it's .set, and then we just say hour 12? I don't know, Fishman. All right, so I don't think this is actually the issue. And we could actually start looping over these if we wanted, because it should be a pretty quick test. Yeah, let's do this as a loop. Yeah, we're gonna do this as a loop. Let hour 0, hour less than 24, hour plus plus. So then in here, right, we end up doing that. AM or PM is equal to hour divided by 12 being greater than 0. If that PM, or let's just say equals 0. That way we can do just AM or PM. So then here, this would just be This is going to be weird. It'll be 0 a.m. and 0 p.m. Makes sense, Fishman. Yep, we were doing some C# a while back. You know what? Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need the AM or PM. Today... hour... Alright, so then this is day JS of today. Dot set hour. Dot set minute. Yeah. Alright, so let's do it. Let's test these out. So I think that test harness should be more robust for us. And a MB dealer, thank you for the sub. Dude, 32 months with primes. Like, holy shit, man. You are diligent about using those. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. Okay, so final countdown, 5 days left, and you still haven't gotten a gift for the misses. Talk about stress. Yeah, it sounds like that C++ book you're looking at is for you. But yeah, I get it. I get it. Makes sense, Fishman. All right, so the 0 fails us. That probably also fails us on the first iteration. Okay, so our first one actually fired, and it should have been false. So that's that. Okay, good. Our second one we get to, and at hour 0, we've got an issue. Let's just say, what if we just started at like 8, just to see? Okay, so the 8 does not work either. Yep, later, Fishman. Now hold on. We see now timestamp there. Is that value changing? Because it shouldn't. It is, though. Oh, no, I see what's going on. Yep, I messed that up. Yeah, we're still passing is schedule active here. Yeah, so I messed that part up. We were testing the wrong function there. Now, hold on. So we're failing that assertion, but we're not even getting our log there anymore. So today, hour 8. Why did that not log? All right, so yeah, we got something going wrong here. We see the 3 start end tests just fine. So we're not even getting into the daily section for that one. Well... Huh. Oh. I bet it's right here. Okay. So, not between dates. They're saying current time. So we need to multiply that by 1,000. You like the hat? Thanks, Gally. Okay, there we go. So we are getting into daily there now. All right, all right. So the way we were mocking things was way off. Okay, so those are actually intended, the not between dates. Just to clean that output up a bit. So as we look at this part, we can see the now timestamp is that 1600 value. We should see 1600 again. That would help indicate that we are actually unit testing this rather than making it a dynamic test, which we see. Perfect. Okay, so we have successfully mocked out and run these in a way that we can iterate through them quickly. So now we'll start at 0 again because the 8 wasn't changing anything. And yeah, so why would it be any different there, Jens? Right, this is all in JavaScript. Wait, there we go, sorry. Clogged here. So here's something else I want to do. That place where we're doing that log. We can actually just log these directly. Oop. And that should actually improve readability a bit. Now, I probably want to flip the order of them. Yeah, I do. All right, so that should improve readability a bit. We should be able to, you know, start reasoning about what the values are, how we're getting there, and then tracing through what we're doing there. Ooh, and let me check one quick thing. I need to look at my calendar real quick. Okay, so that's going to be tomorrow for them. Let me double check this real quick. Okay, so yeah, we're going to have to brush up on some GraphQL stuff here at some point today, because that is the interview I got tomorrow. So yeah, these values here. So now is after the start, now is not before the end. So that's easy enough. Full stack roll. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, so they're right. The now timestamp is not after, or not before the end timestamp. Why is that? That's the code we actually had originally. But we're not actually getting into that chunk. So I don't think that's actually going to matter. And maybe that's the whole problem, that we're not getting into that. Oh, but now this one fails at the 0 value. Ah, right. I'd rather not say the company. All right, so here's the big gist of it. At the 0 hour, we should be before the time that we're saying. Yeah, let me flip these so it's a little easier to read that. Okay, so theoretically, the now timestamp, that looks like a midnight to me. we are getting into that changing value step, which I think is incorrect. Yeah, so I think that is how we want that to work. So then we end up failing out. This happens on the second step. So we should be within the schedule here. We're seeing that we are after the start timestamp. Yep, because this rolled the start to the previous day. It's our end timestamp there that seems no good. Why would the end timestamp do that? Do I want to end up doing both? That seems way off to me. Right? Like we're going to fail out in the after now. Oh, but we fail out on the first one now. Yeah, that's right. Because now we're modifying both and it messes that one up. Okay. So zeroed end timestamp is negative here. Start timestamp is greater than end timestamp. Yeah. Would these ever be different? And here's what I want to do next. Yeah. Start pretty. Day.js .utc start timestamp. Wait, what? I didn't even fiddle with that part. That's our UTC issue now. Yep. Yes, we just, that is breaking us now. So yeah, we end up having the same issue with the start and end. So that needs work. So once we figure out what the flaw is for this part, we should be able to figure out what's going on there too. Oh, and duh. Yeah, no worries, Jens. Have a good one. Yeah, happy holidays. Good luck shopping for a gift. Oh, interesting. So here, it's saying that the end is Monday when it shouldn't be. So where is our end timestamp logic happening? Right. Does she do any writing? Right? Does she enjoy the act of writing? Would a fancy fountain pen be kind of cool? You mentioned lawyer. I don't know. Yeah, just a random thought. I mean, you know your wife better than I do. Like, totally. Like, trust your gut. Would she appreciate jewelry, or is she going to know that it's your, I don't know what to get you, so here, kind of gift? So it looks like I want to do that part here. But then the start time is wrong, right? Let's just double check that. Okay, so start pretty is actually on. This one's good here, almost. Right, so that one's actually correct for the start. And the next one is not. Oh, it is doing the change value. Okay, so we are changing that value, but our end time is now no good. But if we do both, that seems way off. Start goes back way further. And also the time here doesn't seem right. Okay, wait, hold on. Should be before. And wait a minute. Why is our end timestamp not the right value? I think that's our problem. Because we should be adding 2 days. What's up, Bizon? What does old have to do with it? What about it? Okay. Sure. Okay, so I see. Yeah. So start and end, we're rationalizing the time onto those. So adding 1 hour, right? The daily before. In this first test, this should actually be Tuesday the 19th plus an hour. Yeah, how you doing, Lance? So I think this is actually not correct at all. So wait, that's saying that this is GMT. All right, so we get past the first one because it should be the 19th. We do want to get current time. However, we shouldn't be seeing this 10-minute mark at all. I want to log out what's in our schedule. It is a pretty good terminal. So that actually seems okay to me. Yeah, no, so this is the flaw, right? Like, we're seeing that, like, 43 right there. So start timestamp and end timestamp are not what we wanted them to be. So start of today plus zeroed start timestamp. So start time and end time, where are we getting those values? Yeah, we're seeing the 43 right there too. So that ain't right. That was it. See, our test harness was off. We were using now still. All right. Oh, shit. Okay, so that fix definitely helped. That got us all the way up to hour 16. Cool. Way better. So at hour 16, we should be within the schedule. And hour 16 for where we are here today, that is 4 o'clock when the time zone does roll over. Okay. Yep. So boom. I don't know what IBCO is. I'm hesitant to click a link like that. Mm-hmm. Okay. So why is it on ib.co instead of ImageBB? It is IBCO. All right. Just had to double check. I didn't recognize it. Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we've used Whisper for auto bleeping swear words, which is quite nice. So let's look at this. We see that start timestamp is less than end timestamp. Because we got in and added to that value. And we see that zeroed start timestamp is greater than zeroed end timestamp for the hour of the day, right? And I think that's our flaw. Yeah. Okay, so when we get to this part, we're actually seeing that for this exact case, we want to make sure that we are subtracting a day instead. I don't think adding a day is the right move. All right, so then here we get all the way to hour 15. Aha, so our logic is not going to be universal, right? We need to actually check what the current hour is. Yeah, okay. So then, now that we're seeing what the issue is, we either fail out at hour 15 or hour 16. So instead of doing this check, yeah, we want this to be properly generic too. For like the hours that we set, because it's not always going to be just plus or minus an hour or 2 hours, I guess. What do we think the fix is? Yeah, anyone got any ideas? Man, time zones are such a pain. So we don't want to subtract these two, right? Until we get to hour 16. And we can't assume the offset. We may need to take the offset into account, though. Yeah, that's the tricky part. And yeah, anyone that wants to throw a lurk over on YouTube, I'd appreciate you. But yeah, we're dealing with time zone issues. This is tricky. I made the mistake of getting some crackers close to my desk, so now I'm going to munch on them. But yeah, we got something we're really going to need to think about time zone-wise here. And yeah, what up, Swampy? How you doing? Okay, so here's my thought. So end is definitely greater than the start. Oh, nice. So the nerve block basically just prevents, like, you know, some pain, right? Prevents that nerve from being active. Oh, damn. Oh, man, that's awful. We are using UTC. UTC still rolls over, ThinkBot. Notice how we're doing Unix and UTC in a bunch of places? Yeah, we are using UTC. Think about it this way. When you are scheduling something, let's say you want it to be active during certain hours of the day. Let's say from 9 to 5. That is going to be on your time zone that you care about, or you could set it for UTC, either way. But it's going to be 9 to 5. That 9 to 5, in wherever you're setting it, then gets translated to UTC. You, in your work, right, you can set the time zone. That's fine. But no matter what, you're going to have a start time and an end time. When we know that we are within a certain day range for those start and end times, we then have to create a today with that start time and a today with that end time and check that now is between those times. At that point, one of those, the start or end, could roll over to the next day or the previous day. So how do we know that we are within the set hours of today? Nope. Assume that it's still all UTC, right? Without any time zone issue there. No matter what, 9 to 5, or let's just say 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. That is going to roll over. You can't fight that. If someone wants to have something that is active from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., even in UTC, you have to do some math to figure out if today is between those two values. Right? Today, right now, between those values. No matter what, we have to do a calculation that accounts for the rollover of those hours. But maybe that's it. We only care about the time because we've evaluated that we're within the days. So the real fix would be to take the now timestamp and turn it into a 0 relative hour timestamp, right? So we refactor it to the 0 day, and then we get a number that would be between our zeroed out start and end. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Time elapsed? I think that's making it way more complicated than it needs to, Sergeant Pepper. Instead, the thing I just think I discovered is that we need to take the now timestamp and just make it relative to the 0 day. So whatever time it is today, that's what time it is on the 0 day. And then we just check to make sure we're between the start and end values. I think we do still need to check for times when start is greater than end, and then invert some logic. But I think it simplifies a lot of the other stuff we're doing. So yeah, let me comment all of this right now. So let's get to this point. We want 0 day. We want the now timestamp. Current time here Makes sense. Zero day plus plus now time, or plus current time. So then we want zeroed start and zeroed end. What's up, Coding Garden fan? How you doing? All right, so then here, this would be if zeroed end is before zeroed start, we do one thing. So we want that. Zeroed end becomes a let. Oh, yeah, we forgot to comment that. All right, so we see all those daily checks work until we get the should be within. So I'd say we've already simplified the logic quite a bit. I'm going to get rid of all this. So yeah, that massively simplifies our logic at least. Now, I think there is something like that we need to check for in one of these cases. So now I want to start logging these out. All right, so start. Oh, and actually I want zeroed. Day plus time dot to string. And end. So we'll do at least these two right now. Yeah. All right, so hold on. I want to do this too. Start timestamp. All right, so hold on. Okay, so this one is before both of those. This one succeeds because it's the rollover the night before, and then we fail out on this one. But these are easier numbers to like read and understand, so I think this is the right approach. Bare minimum, it simplified a lot of our logic, and I think that'll make the other SDKs better too. But we still run into the same bug that we've had the whole time. So that start value, All right, hold on. So we should be able to see that value now and what it was before we added a day to it. We are getting into that branch, so we know that it's actually doing that. I just want to see the number. All right, previous value, 36 hundo, right? So obviously we got to add to it. Yeah. We just need to see if, like, we're at the rollover point. Because this is a node script. And what would it give me other than what I'm logging already? I also get historical values from other things that I logged. So again, like, why do you care how I debug? It's like asking why someone's left-handed. Because they just are, man. What's up, Whiskey? How you doing? That's CRT. It's an application rather than just a template. It's got a lot of bugs, so I don't know. Up to you. It's just fun for streaming. Yep. So it works all the way up to hour 16. And it works for hour 15 where we have a rollover issue. It doesn't work for this, though. We can make a lot of assumptions that would end up being false the moment someone creates a different range. So we have to do this the right way. And yeah, it's actually wrong. What I need to be checking is probably the date values at some point, rather than just if it's before. Okay, nope, I think I know it. I also want to check. Do I, though? I don't necessarily just want to check that now is less than start, because it could just be less than start. No, okay. Yeah, so this would be and zeroed 0 day dot day. All right, so if zeroed day plus current time is the same as zeroed end dot day, we want to subtract. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Yes, we do that there. I think we're good. So now we fail out at hour 15. Damn. All right. Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm doing an ad. Air brakes. Okay, so we still fail out on that. Nah, so that still doesn't do it for us. Damn. All right, so yeah, not the fix. Because we definitely wanted to add for that one. But we do see that the... Oh, yeah, start timestamp had the subtraction happen there. So yeah, in this case, we don't want to do it, but I bet it ends up working on the 16. Right, if we just edit our test and change the start value to 16, I bet we're good. What do you mean, Bob? Oh, and I missed some follows. Cosmic Theorists, AJM a while ago, sorry, and Rapiatix. I don't know how to pronounce that, but thank you. Appreciate the follows. Bet if we just start at 16, they pass, right? They do. All right, so we know that what we got is the right fix for after the rollover. Right before the rollover, it's not. So yeah, at hour 15, we run into the same issue. I still really like how much our logic simplified over here, though. So yeah, we're going to be duplicating this logic once we really, like, finish it out. But we got to figure out a fix that works for hour 15 and hour 16. Yeah, anyone got any thoughts? This part right here works for us. This part does not. And here's the thing, this part's always true. So yeah, Sergeant Pepper, right? Is this kind of what you were thinking, at least? And Child, we are working on Vexilla. We're trying to figure out a time zone bug. And before you say just use UTC, we are using UTC, but we have to deal with time ranges and knowing if we're within a time range for a specific day. And because those time ranges can roll over, it is making things a little tricky. There's definitely something we could do here. I don't know what it is yet, though. But yeah, what's up, Coffee and Coding? How you doing? So when you're saying get time, what do you mean by that? So here's an example. Let me explain this one more time there, Sergeant Pepper. We have already established that they are within the date range that we care about. Right? So let's say I want to run from 9 to 5 every day for 2 weeks. That's when this flag should be on. We have already established we're within the 2 weeks. Now we need to know if we're within the 9 to 5 on whatever time zone for the day that we are on right now. So I can set the time for the day we're on right now, but if we're trying to do from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., that 11 p.m. value should actually be for the day before today, not today. Right? Yes, it's a recurring time range. That's the entire issue. I know that there are timestamps we can use. Timestamps don't solve this problem, though. That's why we're having to use the zeroed out values, right? That's why we're turning our time into a value relative to the 1970, because it gives us numbers that are easier to work with and understand. But no matter what, we have to either roll a day forward or roll a day back based upon something, but we don't really know what that case is yet. Because 11 p.m. is going to be a far greater value time-wise than 1 a.m. However, we should be able to know that if we're at midnight, are we within yesterday's 11 p.m. or today's 1 a.m., and vice versa, right? What if we wanted to do 10 p.m. to midnight? Same issue, right? But they change based upon which direction we need to compensate in. So yeah, we're not looking for a range of specific timestamps. We're looking for a time range within a specific day. And it could roll over to the next day. Right? Especially when using UTC. We're using UTC under the hood, but the user wants to set 9 to 5 Pacific time. Sure, that's fine. We still need to rationalize those values, though. And 9 to 5 Pacific time is part of the rollover UTC-wise. So no matter what, we have to accommodate UTC rollover. What we've seen is that my logic of adding a day works for everything from UTC midnight on, but it doesn't work for everything for like the 1 hour before the UTC rollover. And the fact that we're getting to 15 here means that what we have also works for everything up to hour 15 here. And if we were to change it to 16, our tests pass too. It's just this 1 hour of the day that things break. Now, if we alter our logic to subtract, then 1 hour of the day breaks in that case too. So there's just this one edge case of the rollover that we have to accommodate for. "23 out of 24 is pretty good, but it's not right, you know? I really do think you can, Geralt. Just look at these values before I modify them. Cron tabs? That's not even close to valuable or accurate. Like, that's not even useful. Would you want to set a cron tab when scheduling something in the UI? No, that would be terrible. This is not like a recurring thing we want to do, like scheduling wise. This is the feature flag on or off? Is it within a range? It's all we can do. So yeah, this is not even a problem that cron tabs would solve. We need a range. We need a start and an end, etc., right? So cron tabs would not solve this. Ooh, got a bug right there. Interesting. So yeah, we can't set that if we haven't set that. Oh, that's a weird bug. Okay. So yeah, if we haven't explicitly done this, then we haven't created the value, and this creates an error. Okay. So here it is. Let's say I want to do this from December 1st, right? We're going to do a holiday theme on our website, but only during certain hours. We want it to go from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So on these days, the theme is only active from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on any given day. We have already established, at the point at which we need to do this testing, that we are within this range, because we have a check beforehand that's doing the day range for us. Now we need to check if, knowing that we are on a day that qualifies, are we within this time range? Now, even if we're on UTC, right, we could theoretically be doing Pacific here. Ooh, that's a bad drop down. Oh, I see. America, Los Angeles. All right, boom. So now, me as a product owner, I am thinking in normal times. This is actually broken, so setting the time zone is not working right now. We got some fixes to do for the app, but that's not what we're working on right now. If we were to set that to Pacific, because a normal human being would think about it this way, UTC is going to roll over from 23 to 0 at 4 p.m. right here. So that means that this value here is actually 0 on a UTC time zone, and technically it ends at 1 on a UTC time zone, but it starts at 22. So how do we validate if we're between those values? And not 22, sorry, like, you know what I mean. It's way earlier than that. I don't remember what the value would be. But that's the gist. We need to make sure we are within this time range. Knowing that we are within our date range already, we have to validate the time part now. Now, I believe this breaks in another terrible way. We might not even get to the endpoint we care about. Are we even getting to hour 15? We are. Perfect. So now this is the raw values we have, right? The start time is 10 p.m. The now time is 11 p.m. And the end time is midnight. Midnight rolls over to 0, and this should theoretically be Thursday the 2nd now. So to solve this bug, we can add a day. And we get past hour 15 now, but then it breaks on hour 16. Because we're adding a day, but our now time is not between today at 23 hours. This should be the day before now. So at hour 16, we need to actually subtract a day from the start. So at some point, we need to figure out if we need to add a day to the end or subtract a day from the start. The logic for when we do that is what we haven't figured out yet. We know that part of it is if the zeroed end is before the zeroed start, meaning, 1 is before 23, then we are adding a day. But that breaks at hour 16. It works for hour 15, it breaks at hour 16. And we don't necessarily know what range the user has, so we can't make an assumption about, like how close we are to midnight. But maybe we could. There might be something we could do there. Why is that, Sergeant Pepper? Maybe I'm misunderstanding that. I don't think I see why. You might be right. I just don't see the logic yet. So we can try it. That's actually the easiest way to figure it out. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, so I was going to try and understand it more, but yep, you could easily have an 8 a.m. and 11 p.m. No problem, right? Yeah, time zones are tricky, man. I don't know. I try not to pick favorites of basically anything. You'll hear me mention it every once in a while, but being asked what my favorite thing is, I don't know. I'm currently drinking whiskey lemonade. I pretty much only drink bourbon. I'll drink Irish whiskey every once in a while. Jianhua actually brought a pretty damn good scotch. That Johnny Walker Double Black. That was solid. I didn't expect to like it because I'm not usually a Johnny Walker person. That's scotch. I don't drink scotch. Yeah, I should have said that when I said I'm not really a Johnny Walker person. I'm not a scotch person. I don't like scotch. I'm not sure if I've had that one specifically, but yeah, I just don't drink scotch. I'm not a huge fan of Japanese whiskey either because it's very like scotch-like. I did have, oh man, I'm trying to remember. Was it a Vietnamese whiskey? I had a Vietnamese whiskey that was amazing. Very smooth. I don't remember the name of it, though. Bedtime Bear's out there lurking. He might remember the name. I think it was Vietnamese. I don't think it was Filipino. It was some Asian country's brand, though. I don't think it was Korean. But I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so to the task at hand, like, what do we think the fix for this is? I don't think the condition is based upon ooh, hold on. I don't think it's yeah, the right condition is not going to be based upon now. Right? Because now could easily be before or after these things, right? That's what we're checking for. Hmm. Yeah, so there could be something to do with the range. I do kind of think I see what you were saying there, Sergeant Pepper. There might be a way to use the range value still. I think this is actually going to fail us if the user were to pass like 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. Yeah, maybe not. It's probably fine. Yeah, we need some really robust testing to make sure we catch every edge case. I think our current test actually does check that. So I think we should be good. Yeah, the way we're iterating through these should be checking that. So that should be fine. Not at all, Geralt. Because they could easily just be passing us UTC and we still have the error. I've already explained it like 3 times, Cornflake. I would say check the VOD. No, it's not in the repo yet. I could push it up to a branch if you want. should be up there in the branch called fixed scheduling. Let's clean up a few of these. All right. Oh, gotta readjust. Oh, I'm sitting wrong. Oy. There we go. Getting old. And because we know what our range is here, we could definitely make some assumptions, but those assumptions would be wrong. Like, the moment someone changes the range. But maybe that's it. Maybe we want to look at our relative time to midnight for our current time. Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, if we can figure this out in this repo, we end up getting it fixed for every other repo. All right, so let me double check what Sergeant Pepper was saying. The amount of hours a flag should be enabled by making sure we're after the starting hour. But we might not be. Right? We might not be after the starting hour. Here's a very good example. How do we know that 0 is after 23? It definitely is, as far as how our values are concerned. But the number itself would not be. There's definitely something we can do here. I just don't know what the logic is. And as someone tried to mention earlier, I don't think a debugger would solve this issue. We know what the values are. We can see them right here. Whether we're debugging or logging, it's not going to help us figure out that logic any better, because we know exactly where things are going. All right, so it's not logic that we're needing to debug, it's logic that we just don't have correct in the first place. Stepping through this would not change anything. Yeah, I just don't know. What we have works for most of this stuff. We have to use zeroed out dates. It's the same problem whether we're using zeroed out dates or not. We have to set the time for today, except in the case where we need to set it for yesterday, or except in the case where we need to set it for tomorrow. Whether we're zeroing it out or not doesn't change the problem. We know we're within the date range we care about already. So the date is meaningless. It's the times that matter now. The day is meaningless now. All we care about is time. The time of day. The day itself, not important. The only reason you're seeing it here is because we're doing zero relative values. But no matter what, even if we were using timestamps with the hour of the start set to today, it would be, right, 12:19 for all of them. And we would still have 12:19:23, 12:19:0, and 12:19:1 before we modify it. Right? So zero relative or today relative does not matter, because we care about the time range, right? They are separately configurable values. Here I'm setting the day. Those are the start date and end date. And here I'm setting the time, start time and end time. This time needs to apply to every day in this range. So we don't get a reliable timestamp from either of these. So zero relative does not actually make this a harder problem. It makes it easier because we get numbers that actually are easy to read. The only way which you're thinking, Sergeant Pepper, would work is if you set a start time on a specific day and an end time on another specific day. We've already got that. That's called a start-end instead of a daily. So then it would be Friday at 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. on the 31st. Then we can totally do what you're thinking. That one's easy, though. We've already got that solved. We don't have the daily interval solved. So one thing we could end up doing we don't want to take into account the now value, because the now value could easily just be outside of these ranges. But we could get the range not necessarily, Sergeant Pepper. If someone wants to set 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. here, they would actually be on different days, wouldn't they? Just like in UTC, 9 a.m. my time to 5 p.m. my time are technically on different days. Right? The rollover is the issue. No matter what, a user could set it to roll over days on their time zone, or UTC-wise. Right? They want to disable a feature or enable a feature from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. That should be fine. Which means that, no, they're not on the same day. So this ends up being a number. The default is milliseconds. We could set it to minutes. Now, what if we do this? Duration, new, so let's see what these values actually evaluate to. Oop. So I just want to see those get logged just to know what we're working with there. Make sure you're using PNPM. Yep. To actually run the test, you're going to need the test server running as well. Inside of packages/test server. So the duration should be 2 hours or whatever, right? So this might be what you were talking about there, Sergeant Pepper, right? Yeah, this might be it. So then we do return Now, we're still going to run into this issue, though, where we don't know if the time is actually before or after the start. And whether we get a positive or negative value is going to be tricky. Hold on. All right, so we fail at hour 0 with that fix. Right? So this breaks that completely because now we don't know. Hold on. Yeah. I need to turn this into a value. Const. Let's just call that current diff. You want to make sure that it's a positive value at least, right? So then we break at hour 16. Yeah, so it still doesn't really fix our issue. Not yet, at least. Let's log what that value is. Oh, we got duration logged already, so let's see what that would be. Am I doing those in the wrong order? Or does that fail us out on the 0 already? Yeah, that fails us out at 0. So we run into the same problem whether we're using duration or not. Yeah, even if we do the duration and we don't do the add, we could absolute value it, but then we don't know if we're actually inside of our range. We would just know that we're within that range of the start, but that could actually be before it. So yeah, I don't think duration is the solve either. It's just visualizing the data in a different way, but it's the same problem. When to add a day versus when to subtract a day. Right? Does that make sense, Sergeant Pepper? If the end time is smaller than the start time, can I add 24 to it? You mean like adding the day, like I am? That's literally what we're doing right here. That's literally what we've been doing the whole time. This is what we had before. It still breaks at the exact same place. So I think, Sergeant Pepper, you finally caught up to the same place we are now. But it doesn't make it any easier to solve. Whether we add a day to the end or subtract a day from the start, it's going to break at either 15 or 16, right? At the UTC rollover or right before it. No matter what, this is the check we need to do at the first step, right? Making sure, hey, is end smaller than start? That means that we're rolling over and we need to do something special, right? But then within that case, there's most likely another bit of branching logic we need to accommodate for, which is why I ended up checking this, but that's not it. That's not the fix right here. And yeah, I don't think the duration logic is actually the fix. So yeah, let me show you the subtract here real quick. Oh, hold on. Okay, so if we do the add, it breaks on hour 16. If we do the subtract, it breaks on hour 15. If I do both, then it's always true, because we're within the range all the time. Right, so hour 15 is what happens, is what breaks when we do the subtract. Hour 16 is what breaks when we do the add. If we do both, we fail out way quicker. Because then every time is valid because we're encompassing more than one day. All right, so now it breaks our is it before the time check. Which if statement are you thinking? Like, what if statement would we check? No matter what, the thing we're checking for is if 0 to end is before 0 start. What other check would we be looking for? If you flip that, with 0 start being after 0 to end, that's the same thing. Right? Isn't it? You're just inverting the logic in a way that gives you the same result. That's fine. But 0 end being before 0 start is equivalent to 0 start being after 0 end. They're the same thing. Right? So what would the if statement actually be if that's not what you meant? Yeah, that's called the common case. We're solving for an edge case right now. You're talking about the common case that actually works all the way up until hour 13. Or 15 or 16. All of those other hours are fine. It's only when we do the UTC rollover that we need to fix the edge case. The case you're talking about is the common case that is already tested and working. No worries. Yeah, I'm just having to explain this a lot is tricky. Geralt, that actually doesn't solve the problem at all. We still need to handle rollover from before midnight to after midnight. That it doesn't solve the problem. The time zone is not the issue, the rollover is. A global time zone would still roll over at midnight. We're using the global time zone. We're using UTC. We can assume the user is using UTC, right? For all intents and purposes, I will be taking whatever value they set as their time zone and turning it into UTC before I encode it into the JSON. So for all intents and purposes, it is one global time zone. But we're still not accounting for the rollover at midnight. The only true way to fix it, even then I don't think it would fix it, would be to use, everybody uses timestamps instead of, you know, like standard time, right? Like 11 o'clock, and instead you would have to use a UTC timestamp for it. We'd still have the problem of rollover because we're already knowing that we're within range. Oh, and I just realized, Coffee and Coding, you don't need the test server right now. Yeah, I just realized we're doing test : scheduling. So that one doesn't actually call the server. This is just unit testing. So yeah, my mistake. If we were testing the client, we would need the test server. The test server exhibits this same problem, though, only at specific times of day. Because we're passing in a now value. Right? Because it's all relative values. So, yeah, the client-server test is actually brittle until we fix the time zone issue here. And once we do that, then we're good. And not time zone, rollover. Yep. Yeah, and Nasredden, thank you for that sub. I appreciate you. Yeah, time is a really tricky thing. Right? If we could just have a time and date together, it would be easy. We're already doing that, Timbo. I'll explain the problem again for everyone joining. We have a date range, let's say all of December, from the 1st to the 31st, and from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., we want something on, right? That means for every day that we know is within this range, we still need to evaluate 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. for that specific day. Now, if I'm setting this as a Pacific time at 4 and 5 o'clock, UTC rolls over it to their midnight, and that midnight is giving us the grief. So no matter what, yes, we are already converting to epochs. We're doing 0 relative timestamps, right? Like the 0 day, which is why we're getting these values as timestamps, right? All that does is give us smaller, simpler numbers to like reason about. We would still run into the same exact issue trying to set the time on today, because again, we could have now be 21. Technically, this is totally broken, right? But if we were looking at 2200 hours, right? We would set that for today. That would be today at 22. And then we would set the time for today at 0, and that wouldn't work. So we'd have to add a day to it. But then that breaks at the other rollover point. So no matter what, whether we're using a 0 relative timestamp or a today relative timestamp, for these times, we're still going to run into the rollover issue. And the reason that is because we are looking at a duration per day. So we have to set these time values on each day. And then check to see if we are within that. So if we are on the 19th, we still need to check to see if we are within the 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on the 19th. And that gets tricky when we roll it over. Yeah, it's a tough one. Is the time saving switch? What do you mean by that? Like daylight savings time? We're not even considering that right now. Yeah, daylight savings time is not what we're considering. That will be its own edge case. But we're not even solving like the rollover bug yet. So, one bug at a time. So yeah, this is not about daylight savings time. This is purely about UTC rollover, or any time zone rollover. If a user wants to set 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. for a flag to be on, they should be able to do that. Or 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. They should be able to do that. So yeah, this is a tough bug. There's got to be some way to do this. I just don't know what yet. What if we add to today? I think this breaks all sorts of stuff. That ends up being the same problem as subtracting. So now we're going to fail out. Almost positive. Yep. Hour 15 is when it happens. Yeah, so it's the same as if we were to do the subtract a day, if we modify the current day. Doesn't matter, girl. If they choose a time zone that is still 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., doesn't matter what time zone it is anymore. The rollover is the issue. Time zone is not the problem. Yeah, this is a tough one. Yeah, and I think the duration stuff just isn't the fix. If it is, or if it's something we want to reevaluate, we can. But I don't think duration solves the problem. I think it just reframes it with different values. Oh, someone gifted me a sub yesterday. Nice. We're already doing that, Nasreddin. Didn't you already ask that? Maybe someone else mentioned that. Oh, that was Timbo that said that. So yeah, Nasreddin. No, we're already using timestamps. We need to be able to set the time for a specific day and see if we are within those times. So the start time and the end time for a specific day, we need to make sure we are within that range. We already know we're within the day range, but we need to check each individual day's time range. That's the part we're doing right now. So no matter what, we can set these things, we can convert them to timestamps or whatever if you want, epochs, that's fine. But it still doesn't change the problem of the rollover. Right? Simply because of how the data is saved. We have a timestamp for start time and a timestamp for end time. These could be on any day. Doesn't matter. We have a timestamp for the start date and the end date. We then need to take these times and apply them to any day within this range. We already know we are within this range. We now need to figure out if we're within the time range for this range. And that's the part we're on right now. Do we think ChatGPT would solve this? Would Cody or Copilot? Should we try out Cody? You really think it would? Coffee and coding, you should make sure you're using PNPM. At Vexilla Types is right here. It's this package on the right. That's where it's defined. And you're only ever going to get access to it within the mono repo. All right, but you see how these are linked up? Workspace : star. So that's how the mono repo part works too. So for anything consuming those types, it needs to be the mono repo PNPM-wise. At this point, I would remove every node modules folder if you might have accidentally started with another thing and reinstall from PNPM. I would do the PNPM install at the top level of the application, or of the folder. Yeah, I think Cody would have a better option. So, I mean, let's try it. I've never used it. I don't use any LLM. I've tried ChatGPT a couple times. Just doesn't do what I need. I do like their logo. That's pretty solid. I have no idea, Callie. I mean, we see Acorn use LLMs a lot. I don't know about Claude itself. Algebro does. Like, we see a bunch of people do it. I don't know, let's try it. So, hold on. Let me read this. Still don't understand the issue 100%. What if you got it right? I think we need to handle scenarios where the current time is after zeroed start, but before midnight. And cases where current time is after midnight, but before zeroed end. You're right. Oh, that's an interesting way of doing it. That doesn't seem right to me. Prove it. Yeah, I mean, I think we could try that. Yeah, see, so that's just writing the test cases. We're already checking if we're in days range. That check happens way earlier. So day range is already happening. We're only looking at time now. We already know that we are within day range. We would have bailed out way earlier. Day range is easy. We just simply look at the timestamps there. Time range is where we have the issue because we have to actually like combine the date and the time range. What version of PNPM are you on? What version of Node are you on? Eight 8.12? Okay, so you've updated. Maybe try rolling back to 20? For the most part, you're probably going to want to stick with LTS versions pretty much always. When you say UTC format, what do you mean by UTC format? All right, so the place they're checking this, they're checking the is before. They do or for that one, and they do and for this one. All right, so yeah, Cody was right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I would have thought of that. It worked. I mean, nah, Cody did it. All right, Cody. Good job, buddy. Yeah, every test passes now. K-Bray, it is not related to time zones. It is related to the time rolling over, right? So even if everybody was on the same time zone, right? Even if everybody was on the same exact time zone, there would be an issue with the rollover from before midnight to after midnight. So if I wanted to set all these things to be active from the 1st to the 31st, but then we made this 9 p.m. and 5 a.m., those are technically on 2 separate days. If we were to set 9 p.m. for today and 5 a.m. for today, that is not a valid time range, and previously we were adding a day to these things to make it work. Cody actually solved that for us. I didn't think it would. All right, Cody. Yeah. Big win. Big win. Yeah. And this is especially useful because I'm going to need to maybe reference this later in the future. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we would have gotten to this solution that quickly. I knew we were onto something where start was greater than end, right? We were doing that. And we're not using the exact same syntax, but, you know, that doesn't matter either. We'd have to, like, copy and paste our entire code base into ChatGPT for it to have that context, though. And I don't have, like, ChatGPT Pro or whatever, so I'd be using ChatGPT 3.5, which is woefully inadequate these days. I still don't believe that, Cornflake. I think that it's just going to augment what we do. People said the same thing about auto-completion. People said the same thing about SQL. I just don't think so. It's going to be just another tool that we use. Now, granted, I might end up reaching for it more often. Yeah, exactly, Geralt. Well, if we're writing end-to-end tests that automate it, why would we pay for testers? Because they think differently. There's that meme, right? What's the QA meme? QA engineer walks into a bar. Yeah, here's the quote. A QA engineer walks into a bar, orders a beer, orders 0 beers, orders 9,999,000 beers, orders a lizard, orders -1 beers, orders... First real customer walks in and asks where the bathroom is, and the bar bursts into flames, killing everyone. But the QA engineer doing this was still extremely valuable. You just ended up needing an end-to-end test that checks some of these things too. Oh, you had the ChatGPT solution? And do you have ChatGPT Pro? Okay. So this is exactly what we had. Like, pretty much exactly. Interesting they do the is daily schedule active. That does clean things up a bit, but it doesn't actually solve our problem. Because here in is daily, they're doing the same thing. So they're actually not aware of start time and end time properly. Well, no, they're doing the now, hour stuff, and today. This is exactly what we had, and it didn't solve it. Yeah, so the refactor works. All it's doing is taking what we have in our branching logic and putting it out into separate functions. So, yeah, as far as a refactor, like, we could have done that. But it still doesn't work. Plug it in and try. This is exactly the logic we had, man. I could show you. This right here, that's exactly what we're doing. And we're doing the and. It's exactly what we had. And this fails out at either hour 15 or hour 16, either before or during the rollover. Like, this is literally what we had. There is no difference. It's the exact same thing we had with less comments. So it doesn't solve it. All it did is rename some variables and extract out some functions from the branching logic. So instead of an else if here, there's a function for it. Yeah, so it actually doesn't do it at all. So yeah, ChatGPT massively failed that. That is my experience with ChatGPT in general. Cody nailed it. Cody had the full context and I think has been trained on way more code. Now Claude might be an LLM that could do it better, but ChatGPT just isn't focused on code to the same degree. I don't know what's under the hood of Cody. Maybe Cody is using ChatGPT, but very specially trained, right? With the right prompts and other BS. I don't know. I don't know how Cody's doing it, but Cody nailed it. And really, the logic was, when we get into this check, we do one thing, and when we get into this check, we do another thing. And that was not intuitive to me, because inside of this check, we were just adding a day, like ChatGPT was saying. That's not the fix. It's actually changing this right here to an and or an or. That was the fix. That's crazy to me. So, big thumbs up, Cody. We're tweeting it. Oh. Oh. All right. So, we were dealing with a really tricky time bug today. A user can set a schedule for Vexilla. Oh, do I not have it? Yeah, for Vexilla, my feature flag tool. They can set the date range as well as a time range for each day within that date range. E.g., 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. for every day in December. So we go about creating a day.js object for today, and we create instances for the today start and today end. Those times. This gets tricky if you wanted to roll over midnight with your time range. Our original logic looked like this. ChatGPT basically just refactored the same logic we had. Cody instead gave us this, which I don't know if I ever would have thought of. Pretty chuffed about it. Now I can fix all the other SDKs. Now, should I break these up? All right, let's do a new one here. Yeah. Do I do the thread icon? My question is, like, how do you all feel about the long tweets? And one nice thing is I could then, if I split it up, I could get individual images for the source code. Yeah, long tweets are kind of rough. I mean, tweet threads are pretty gross too. I don't want to be a thread boy, but I think this is actually a valid use case for a thread. Yeah, but the idea is that, you know, for these code sections I have, I could actually make it an image using carbon.sh or whatever. And if I make it an image, then I can attach that to each thing, and then that becomes really nice. So that could be a pretty good benefit, right? Rather than these chunks of code that look terrible, right? And they keep losing their formatting as I paste them. So I think that's a big benefit. And hold on, before I do anything, I just want to put this in a place where I can get back to it. So this one could be fine as a bit longer, right? so let's go to carbon. Ooh, and what theme should we use? Night Owl? Yeah, nailed it. And hey, what's up, Fabio? How you doing? I know, this isn't great. Graham would be bummed on me doing this, but it's better than nothing. And it's not like it's a whole heap of code. Probably copy and paste this directly now. All right, so thread icon. Thread. All right. Please don't call me a thread boy. Does that make me a thread boy? All right, there we go. Yeah, I think that was good. Mixing like the long tweet for like the context and all that. You'll click that to get the context, and then you can see the comments after. So yeah, if y'all want to, you know, help me out here, that would be a whole heap of a help. retweet it, like it, do whatever you got to do. I'm going to pour another beverage. But yeah, dude. Cody. I am pretty damn impressed. It was one question we asked it, and it was done. That was it. Now, it didn't give us a perfect, like, yeah, just copy everything from it test, right? Or, like, value, but damn, right? When we look at what it gave us, is schedule active with now? It doesn't have all the other context we cared about, but it gave us the snippet we did care about. And that's amazing. Yeah, I am massively impressed. They did a good job with Cody. I don't think I would have figured that out on my own. Not without some hacks. Now, I may end up putting it all into one message or post or whatever over on LinkedIn and some of those things, because I do think it's worth shouting out over there too. So yeah, whew. Wow, I am pumped. What this means is that all of our other logic can be fixed now. I'm going to need to put in some time. We're going to have to pivot a little bit. We're going to go back to working on this stuff tomorrow, but I'm going to have to pivot to some GraphQL logic. So once we clean this up and commit it, we should be good. And yeah, I'm really curious, like coffee and coding, I don't understand why that wouldn't be working for you. Are you on a Mac or Windows? Because that would be something worth fixing and debugging as well at some point. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Any plans for tonight? And come on, not a single like, retweet, etc. Come on, y'all. I know, I get it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. CSS issues? Ooh, yeah, that can be a bit rough. Yeah, that's what I assumed. Hey, someone liked it. Who was it? Hey, Geralt, Mr. Sir. Hold on. Do you prefer, like, is it okay that I'm saying Geralt, or would Jarell be better? I'm guessing it's actually Jarell. I can remember that. I feel like you've told me that before, actually. I feel like Geralt's kind of fun because it's like a reference to The Witcher. And yeah, thank you all. I really appreciate you. Thank you for the retweets. Or not retweets, just the likes so far. But yeah, awesome. You love the festive hoodie? Yeah, it's a pretty good one. How about the beanie? There's a cat in this tree. All right, so trying to finish a test for migrating from on-prem Kubernetes to EKS before the new year. Yeah. I'm the whole tree. Damn right. I'm the cat in the tree. Jarrell is the way your parents pronounce it. It's technically your name, so I'll pronounce it however you want. How am I not myself? How am I not myself? How am I not myself? I don't know if you've ever seen I Heart Huckabees. There's a scene in that movie in which, someone says, how am I not myself? And then, like, the philosophers are just like, how am I not myself? How am I not myself? How am I not myself? And they just start, like, rephrasing it. Like, it's really good. After that, you get to choose. Okay. Well, I'll say Jarrell, man. If the way you introduce yourself is Jarrell, I can remember that. I think I said I'd remember that last time, too, and I totally forgot. Yeah, man. Really happy about that. And again, please, everyone out there, I need your help. Because I'm not paying for the... Oh, I should probably follow that. I'm not paying for the super fancy... like Twitter. I probably should upgrade here at some point. I just worry about like, oh, well, yeah, you paid for that, but now we introduced a new tier. Ooh. And they're just going to keep doing that till you're paying like $50 a month. So I'm not sure how I feel about it. I feel a little apprehensive about encouraging the Elon shenanigans. Yeah, I mean, so you can still get the $8 one, but I assume that you're getting penalized even if you pay for the $8 one. Right? They have like the super special tier that's the $22 one. Right? Once I buy the $22 one in 6 months, are they going to release a $30 one? And anyone not on the $30 one is getting, like, nerfed. Yeah, no, so we actually checked it after the rush. Are they down again? They were down earlier today, but they're fine now. Yeah, we saw this during our news crawl. Yeah, Pandemonium, it really only makes sense if you're a content creator or someone who needs their tweets to go somewhere. Oh, and I see what you're saying. So this part shat the bed. Ah, yeah, Doc's poll failure. Okay. Yeah, that's the part that's dying. We actually had it work earlier. Ah, and thank you all for the likes. Y'all are the best. Oh, no, I didn't. The Vexilla client that's up on the cloud sucks anyway. That one sucks. Yeah, we just haven't done a publish of our latest version, which we really need to do. Now, we ran it on Day.js, just to see. But man, whew, I can't tell you how happy I am to have that working now. We just need to get rid of these log statements, and we'll call it good. test client succeeds too. Yeah! All right, we're getting this pushed up and merged. We're going to have to go fix all the other clients. We're going to have to do that tomorrow because I have a 9 a.m. interview tomorrow. So we need to go and pivot to looking at some GraphQL stuff and fiddling with that. And yeah, just, yep, having some fun with it. Right, we're going to read articles and do some other things related to GraphQL, because that is a major focus of one of the interviews that I got coming up. Yeah, we'll see. Let me double check the other one too. So that one's for the 21st. That one's for the 21st. So yeah, I've got... hold on. Did I not add this one? Ah, there we go. Add to calendar. Cool. So yeah, tomorrow is the GraphQL one. Oh, you know what? Hold on. There is one set of tests I forgot to fix. Yep. Let's double check and make sure these actually work now. Which they should, because we didn't actually do anything to break those. All right, we didn't even touch that logic. And yeah, it works. So let's head to GitHub. And yeah, I love this joke so much. For everyone who didn't hear this joke earlier, a QA engineer walks into a bar, orders a beer, orders 0 beers, orders 9,999,000 beers, orders a lizard, orders -1 beers, orders a bit of random text. First real customer walks in and asks where the bathroom is. The bar bursts into flames, killing everyone. Hey, what up, Jalu? How you doing? Yeah, thank you for the sub. Yeah, I was not expecting Cody to be that good, man. Ooh, that horizontal scroll bar bug. Yeah, that one's actually in progress. Yeah, yeah, so we're good. We didn't even have a task for the time zone thing, but we got it. We're done. We're fixed. We can solve that. But that's a task for tomorrow. Let's study up on some GraphQL once I get this merged. So the test elixir, test basil stuff worked. That's pretty cool. We'll just squash and merge anyway. Confirm squash and merge. Wait, what did we change in the layout? Oh, just a spacing fix. Yeah, we'll leave that. Ooh, I got a quick question. Who here's on Windows? I can probably check it over here too. All right, so no side scroll bar. Perfect. Let me look and see if I get it on mobile now. Nice. Looks good to me. Yeah. Oh. Okay, no, we're good. No side scroll bar. Perfect. Not quite perfect. I don't see any way of closing the mobile menu once it's open, which is strange. But that's a bug for another day. So yeah, cool. This one's actually done. We're gonna add one more thing to the bugs here, and it's gonna be SDKs bug All right, so that one's ready. That'll be the thing we start off on tomorrow. All right, so GraphQL. Oh, let's double check this. Oh, Insomnium. Yeah, that's the fork of Insomnia. Yeah, that thing's awesome, but totally not what I'm looking for. GraphQL. Foot guns. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so Insomnium. I'd say check it out. Yeah, it's forked from, like, the version before Kong, like, changed the license and did some other stuff. Bruno and VS Code's REST client? Makes sense. Yeah, the coolest thing about Insomnia, in my opinion, is the way you can do, like, triggers. And, like, the way you can set, like, staleness for them. So I still have, like, old Insomnia I haven't updated for a while. But right, like the magic of it is, I can do this login endpoint. Hold on, where do I set the triggers? Let's just say, you know, I want to create an account. Right, this header here can be based on the response body attribute of our login, right? So technically, we want to get the API key to be able to do whatever this request is, right? So hold on, let's do get API keys. What does this require, right? Well, here in bearer, we look at the response body attribute, and our access token comes back from our login endpoint. And this value is then usable in any subsequent request, just simply due to referencing it elsewhere. So this token is used from the login endpoint. We don't have any hooks or anything for this. But this can then go and force a fetch of this token. So if this value is stale, right? So if there's no history, we resend and get the new token. Or we could set when it's expired and set the expire time. Or always resend when we do this other request. And we can get a new token, etc. But we can just like depend upon other requests, and based upon this dependency hierarchy, we can update cached values for us. Like, dude, this is just so much like cooler than Postman's like scripting, because it's more like declarative, and it'll automatically like fetch these things, right? So then, hey, yeah, we got our API key coming back from this endpoint, and when we create an account, we just simply have our API key in the header here, and that's a reference to the other thing, and it does a refetch when there's no history for it. Bim, bam, boom, done. Right? It becomes really cool. Yeah, so whoever thought about that, like, dependent logic, like, man, genius. It's why Kong bought Insomnia, technically. Oh, damn! The CEO of SourceGraph liked and retweeted my stuff. Hell yeah! Yeah, SourceGraph seems like a really cool company. But okay, so we need to be reading more about GraphQL stuff, right? So GraphQL guide. not necessarily looking for beginner stuff. I am looking for common issues. All right, let's double check the pain points, some of these things. Yep. Yeah, so we got some research to do. We're pivoting a bit just to, like, you know, make sure that I am mostly prepared for tomorrow. I wonder if we got some gaming to do tonight. Cinder, sorry for calling you out. I see you lurking. Is Worm around tonight, or is he working tonight? And yeah, no worries if, like, you're like, lurk. I was just curious. Wondering if I should be wrapping up soon. I probably need to do some other, like, basic stuff too, like some leak code. Like, let's do some Fibonacci and reversing a linked list and some of those easy ones. Okay, just curious. He's not working, at least. So, yeah, it's an option. So this is a good point. Yeah, with REST, you can actually expose only the implementation details you care about. And that means that, like, your data model could change out from under the hood. Right? As long as you're maintaining the REST contract, it doesn't matter where your data is coming from or how it's shaped, as long as you shape it yourself for consumers. Right? So you don't want to couple your front end to your data models necessarily. Now, nothing prevents you from doing the same thing for rationalizing data in your graph, right? At the leaf nodes. You can easily just, you know, massage the data into the structure you're looking for anyway. Yeah, it's only an issue when you're using it, like, from the database schema, etc., right? At the end of the day, your leaf nodes, like the getters, or I forget what they call them, the resolvers, that's the word. Your resolvers can actually massage the data into the shape you want anyway. So I don't think that's necessarily the foot gun that this person's, like, pointing it out to be. Interesting. Okay. Facebook GraphQL API is code first, right? I feel like when you're dealing with Gatsby, a lot of it is schema first. But it's really like, I think Gatsby is like a manipulation of GraphQL anyway, right? the way Gatsby is using GraphQL, I'm not sure if that's even like the right use case for GraphQL. And if you've ever wanted to do dynamic stuff with the GraphQL, you've realized that that's not great. So, yeah, hold on. Let's just go to here. I feel like I might have a repo. I want to double check if this repo makes any sense or if I was just misunderstanding things. Gatsby, that's a different thing. Yeah, so Gatsby plugin page env. So using env variables inside of your page queries is not as easy as it might seem at first. This plugin handles injecting a whitelist, I should have made that an allow list, of allowed env variables into your create page context so that they can be used when making queries. Static queries in components are not supported. Is this really just a Gatsby problem? This might just be a Gatsby problem. So let's keep reading about it, right? Like, when do you end up having major issues with GraphQL? And that would be like the n+1 query issues, right? Damn, John Rezig. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, this might be a really good book. Yeah, application performance monitoring. Yeah. There's also the issue of caching, right? Has anyone here actually successfully dealt with caching GraphQL requests without relying upon a client to do so? I mean, like HTTP caching at like the browser level / like CDN, etc. Has anyone dealt with that before? This is actually like a tricky subject because commenting about this stuff is actually what led to a falling out between me and another streamer. They made a comment saying that GraphQL was more environmentally friendly than REST because you're sending less data over the wire, which means less energy or whatever. They tried to walk it back and say that they meant in the developer ecosystem, right? It's easier for people to grok. I don't think that's what they meant. They were literally talking about environmental impact, right? And at that point, data over the wire is far different from cacheability, right? The amount of CPU you spend to rationalize a GraphQL query and the lack of ability of caching that properly, I think ends up being the issue. Yeah, like the actual like tree hugger energy perspective. And they focused on data over the wire, but not compute. And if a GraphQL endpoint has to compute the result every time, it's actually more expensive compute cycle-wise. Whereas a REST endpoint can be cached if it's idempotent, right? As far as like a GET request, easily cacheable. Like one of the easiest things to cache. And at that point, the amount of energy savings is massive. So yeah. Still haven't had a chance to reconcile with that person. I would assume I am persona non grata forevermore. I unbanned them. I got no hard feelings, but I assume they probably do still have hard feelings. So, is what it is. The fact that the falling out happened due to a discussion about the environmental impact, that's the part that bums me out. Right? Disagreeing with them became a thing worth not being friends over, I guess. So how many yes men are they dealing with on a regular basis? But I digress. It really is that polarizing. Yeah, in my opinion, being able to cache GET requests at the CDN level is huge, right? Like massive. The amount of like energy savings there is insane. Right? And you can't do that with GraphQL as easy, right? Maybe you can, and I'm just not aware of ways of doing that. And I'd love to learn more about that. So I think the biggest thing in my interview tomorrow, if it does come down to a discussion of GraphQL, I need to be honest and say I don't use it enough. But here's some things that I think about regarding it. So at least I can point out that I'm still like considering the problem. I'm not saying it's the end of the world for everything to be a post, but it is something that does impact things, right? And yeah, I'm gonna follow this dude. He seems cool. Oh, post query, like, yeah, that sounds like OData with more steps. Doesn't it? That just sounds like OData with more steps. You ever worked with an OData database? Or API, I should say? I have. That shit got real slow. Like, so slow. But the thing we were querying was like a distribution company's entire database. right, of like products and things they sell. So like just imagine a distribution company that sells potato chips and sodas and whatever to gas stations, right? That's the type of like distribution company I'm talking about. So like Food Services of America type stuff, right? That basic like role. So it was a giant amount of data to comb through, and I think OData was a bad fit. It was just nice to be able to get only the data you cared about if you passed the right, parameters in the URL. The problem was the amount of overhead the server was paying, right? Like the query logic was over the top. No, so OData is not a database. OData is like a query scheme, right? It basically allows you, it's like a wrapper over your like HTTP logic, right? About like filtering and getting back only the props you care about, right? So it does a lot of what GraphQL tries to do, in that you can only get the props you care about for the things that you're looking for and the filtering logic and all that stuff. So the data over the wire ends up being smaller, but it does so by jamming everything into the URL, basically. So if you want to get only the title and description fields, you actually have a query in the GET request for fields equals a comma-separated list of the fields you care about. So it's not a database, it's actually just middleware. But that middleware, using the URL in such a heavy way, ended up being really just non-performant. They were like thinking about establishing a data lake or data warehouse or data something or other just to solve the problem, when instead I think GraphQL would have solved it way better. But GraphQL was new at the time, or newer. And I think I wasn't on the back-end team. The back-end team was embedded for the client we had, and we were just the front end consuming it. So at that point, it is what it is. We did what we had to do. But yes, the OData part was not great to work with on the front end to start with, and also it incurred just so much extra overhead as a middleware. It just wasn't performant. So yeah, I'm really trying to discuss as much as we can about GraphQL, so helping me remember some of these things so I can talk about it in depth tomorrow. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate this. But yeah, hold on. Let me double check this call tomorrow. Let me read the description again, just to be sure. The way it's described to me is... Nothing I need to prepare, as I'll be speaking about past projects and experience. So I think that's worthwhile. I think we're good there. I just got to make sure that I call out enough of like my back-end stuff too. Or at least like, even though my career has been front-end, I can point out that I understand the back-end enough. And it's worth discussing more. So yeah, I don't think I need in-depth GraphQL knowledge for this one tomorrow. It's more of just like digging into my history, which I think is worthwhile. So we don't need to stress about all this. you're gearing to re-platform all of your sites, and this topic came up. I think a big part of it, though, is like if you maintain your REST API still, your GraphQL endpoint is just an aggregator of that same REST API, right? So that gives you a lot of value. You can actually leave the REST requests in a bunch of places and then do the GraphQL for the places where you need to like really fine-tune how much data you're sending over the wire. So you're going to do it on like a piecemeal basis instead of having to re-architect the whole thing. That was also a conversation I had with someone at a meetup at one point in which they were talking about their GraphQL API and how there were certain endpoints that are extremely slow. I simply mentioned like, well, couldn't you just create an RPC endpoint for that exact like data fetch? Just opt out of GraphQL at that point for that one thing? And like they actually looked at me like, I hadn't thought of that. Huh, okay. Right? Like, yeah. Right? Sometimes you can be so like ingrained in your way of thinking that you might not see like an obvious like approach that's just simply opting out of the thing that's slowing you down. No. So again, Sergeant Pepper, I would still say keeping the REST API is actually still, I think, a great idea. Even in a replatforming situation, you may run into cases where the GraphQL is just not performant enough. And you can just establish either making the REST API request yourself in some way, or creating just an ad hoc RPC endpoint in that same REST API that simply just bypasses the GraphQL for the one thing that is killing you. The way I heard someone describe it is basically the one request they were doing was pegging the CPU on the GraphQL server. Just due to all the like aggregation it was having to do and all that stuff. The way the different leaf nodes were being fetched and all that. Oh, there you go, Bob. Yeah, that's actually a decent approach, too. Oh, yeah, so that's perfect, Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, that's like exactly what I was talking about. Oh, sorry, Bob. You have never tried to do a link here? Aw, man. Thank you. There you go. Yeah, you can do links in the future. Yeah, so you're talking about this. So yeah, JSON API is something that I don't fully subscribe to. Yeah, for everyone out there that does not know the history, WordPress is really forward-thinking. WordPress has a REST API that's part of the core now. It started out as a plugin so they could prove out the ideas and iterate upon it quickly without forcing churn within the WordPress ecosystem, without having to force updates, etc. And then when it was ready, they merged it in. They're doing the same thing with WP GraphQL as well, right? It's just a plugin right now, and when it's ready, it'll be merged into the core. It's a really like awesome gradual migration approach that WordPress is just nailing. Like really awesome. So you could have WordPress be a headless CMS. No problem. Just consume the API, build out your static sites or server-side rendered sites or whatever using Next or some other thing. And WordPress is still like the interface that your marketing department and other people are familiar with so they can keep like their same velocity without learning a new tool. But you get to consume it as if it's just some other API. It's really nifty. Like really, really nifty. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. It's a great approach. Like, yeah, really awesome and forward thinking of the WordPress team to do it that way. But yeah, so JSON API, I am not a huge fan of. I think it imposes a bit too much. Right? Like your adoption is way harder. All right, so let's look at this right here. This is the pain points of GraphQL. So as far as almost impossible to solve problems, there is query in indefinite depth, right? So it can't do that. So if you have a tree and want to return a branch without knowing the depth, you'll have to do some pagination. A specific response structure, right? In GraphQL, the response matches the shape of the query. So if you need to respond in a very specific structure, you'll have to add a transformation layer to reshape the response. Yep, that makes sense. So the hard to solve stuff, caching at the network level. Because of the commonly used way to use GraphQL, it's a post on a single endpoint. Caching at the network level becomes hard. A way to solve it is to use persisted queries. All right, so we'll go check that out. Handling file uploads. There's nothing about file uploads in the GraphQL specification, and mutations don't accept files in the arguments. To solve it, you can upload files using other kinds of APIs, and then just pass the URL of the uploaded file to the GraphQL mutation, or inject the file in the execution context. So you'll have a file inside the resolver functions. Yeah, okay, so that's good to remember. And then unpredictable execution. So the nature of GraphQL is that you can combine, or you can query combining whatever fields you want, but that flexibility is not free. There are some concerns that are good to know, like performance and n+1 queries. And yeah, we'll actually just read through this whole article because this one seems good. So when not to use GraphQL. In case you have a service that exposes a really simple API, GraphQL will only add extra complexity, so a simple REST API can be better. Yeah. So the indefinite depth, right? As categories can be nested. Right? Categories within categories. So you can improve it using fragments, sure. So GraphQL has no way of actually confirming that the data it encounters is not infinitely recursive. Without an ability to make this guarantee, allowing for cyclic queries could in fact expose infinite execution queries, which could be used as an attack vector. So pagination is a good fix for that. Specific response structure. You can use aliases to rename fields. Yep, instead of just hero, it could be Empire Hero and Jedi Hero, sure. Now, caching at the network level. So, a single endpoint, right? In REST, you can configure your cache service to match the URL patterns and deliver cache directives accordingly to your needs, right? So, any HTTP server, CDN, varnish, all those things. Yeah, you can define how you want caching to be done, right? And it's usually a URL pattern. right? So if you know that the list of best posts refreshes only once a day, you can match the pattern, API/posts/best, and deliver it with 1 day of cache. Otherwise, you can configure the pattern to keep only 1 hour of cache, right? The post resource. The query, right? So you could end up doing this. This is exactly what Sergeant Pepper was talking about, right? You could make it a get method and pass the query and variables in the URL. That seems like a horrible URL to cache, right? And yeah, if you pass the query string to URL encoding, it becomes unreadable. And if you change the order of the fields, right, from title body to body title, that is not the same cache anymore. Yeah, so inefficient cache system. So is there a way to solve it? A somewhat complicated way to solve it, yes. Persisted query is the term we're looking for. Right, so links from Apollo data. So GraphQL doesn't make assumptions about the transport layer, so it's up to you to build a system that is cacheable according to your needs. And furthermore, you can cache each object separately, which leads to a very efficient caching strategy. So I want to see how they're actually solving that. Oh, and I messed that up. Ah, there we go. Oh, we had it. Okay. Houston, we have a problem. Oh, yep. And yeah. Yeah, they do a lot of like space puns. But they don't have that article anymore. Well, shit. All right, so yeah, that's a bummer. Let's try and search for it. I like their website. But they don't have a search, huh? Oh, that's not what I wanted. And GraphOS is one of their products that they're totally selling. So I get that. Yeah, and Graph Federation, some of these other things. Interesting. Man, they do a lot of posting. That's actually awesome. Okay. Man, their site is nice. I like the color scheme. All right, so file uploads. Yeah, I'd say just do another endpoint. All right, so yeah, the n+1 query problem. So yeah, performance, yep, maximum depth. Cost analysis, only execute pre-approved queries that have been persisted in the backend. So Facebook seems to use this. Okay, so persisted queries. That's a good option. So then n+1 query issues. All right. Basically, it's when you're querying the database in an inefficient way. Yeah, so with REST, you can build very specific queries. But because GraphQL is dynamic, you may not have that same power. So batched queries or data loader. I haven't seen data loader before. Data loader comes up a lot. Okay. Yeah, so let's go look at it. Oh, and yeah, we might not be able to listen to that. Oh, it's a great song, but nope. Let's go back to something we know we can listen to. Okay, okay. Okay, nice. Yeah, this looks like a good article about it. Looks like they're doing it with Apollo Server, which is huge. Ah, okay. So data loader is basically then putting the data into a memcached cluster, right? Because memcached biggest thing is the fact that it's distributed. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't have to be memcached, right? I was just saying in the case where they're doing it to memcached. Yep. You could do it to Redis or basically anything then at that point, right? As long as you have like a predictable key value. Like pair, right? Because I believe memcached operates in the same way, right? You just need a predictable key value pair. And yeah, I really appreciate this, Felipe. Thank you. Yeah, I need to like brush up on all this. A company I'm applying for, or applying to, is heavily invested in this stuff. I don't necessarily want to disclose which company that is because I might not get the role. I don't want anyone to feel bad about that. I don't want anyone to blame them for it. When you go to them with many keys, right? What's the proper mechanism for a cache miss? Right? Doesn't that incur like a two fetch issue? So it's almost like better if you have like some middleware. Oh man, I think that was an eyebrow hair. So they end up coming in missing on the result. So when they come back missing, you then have to go do another request for the ones that didn't come back, right? Interesting. It does sound a little, like, heavy. So allow listing queries. So do you have a good reference for that? Like, specifically the allow listing part? Well, no, that's what I'm getting at, Felipe. Like, you make a single request to the cache. When it comes back empty, you have to do another request for the actual data. And then you have to store it in the cache, right? So it's still technically two requests if there is a gap in the cache, right? If there's a cache miss, you have to fetch the actual data. Then you have to store the actual data too. So you would then need some kind of middleware, probably at like the, just above Memcache or Redis or whatever your like cache store is, right? Or am I misunderstanding what a cache miss involves here? Right, so I get that, Felipe. I get that. But if the value doesn't come back from multi-get, you have to make another request to go get it. So key 2 right there is still another like fetch request, right? It depends. It always depends. But yeah, like that's my thought. Like in that case where key 2 doesn't come back from multi-get, GraphQL still has to do the fetch for it. Even if the object doesn't exist, you still have to do a fetch to find out, right? And that fetch is secondary to the first multi-get, right? So even if it doesn't exist, you don't know that until you do your second request. Okay, just double checking. Just making sure I'm understanding it, right? Right? What I'm getting at is no matter what, something has to make the extra request for data that wasn't cached. Even if RocksDB is handling that, it's still the same issue, right? You get the stuff from cache, and then you have to fill it in from elsewhere. So RocksDB might be encapsulating that and not exposing it to anyone, but no matter what, the ending like waterfall of requests ends up being the issue. So I get that, Felipe. No matter what, though, if there's a miss, you have to do a second request. Now, why would you do a multi-get to RocksDB for data that you had in cache? You wouldn't do that. So you have to do some logic to define what gets fetched from Rocks directly that wasn't already in the cache. So it's still like a two-query problem. Like a two-fetch problem. That's fine, Felipe. What we're talking about, though, is, right, in the example you gave, key 1 and key 5 come back from memcached. Key 2 still needs to be fetched from rocks. Now, why would you fetch key 1 and key 5 from rocks if you already got them from memcached? Right? So you need some logic to determine what didn't come back and then try and do a fetch for it. Maybe garlic, but you can just do exclamation point song and get it. Try it. Maybe my server crashed, we'll find out. Yeah, no, you should be good, man. Just do exclamation point song. I don't think we need to take up screen real estate for something that we have as a command. So again, Felipe, I get that. The resolver is making one request, but something has to rationalize what is not in cache, right? So somewhere you're doing the two-query approach. Whether you're doing that in your resolver or not doesn't matter. You could do it in your resolver and treat that as the middleware. Or you could create some other middleware that does it for you, but you still have to do that, right? That's what I'm getting at. So moving where that extra fetch happens doesn't change the fact that you had to do two fetches. And there has to be logic for not fetching the redundant already cached data. So someone has to write that logic. That's all I'm getting at. Whether you do it in your resolver or some other middleware for some other endpoint, I don't care. The point I'm getting at is the multiple requests. So I think it's still kind of an issue, right? And that's only ever happening and getting cached at like the individual get level. So you end up having like multiple layers of cache, which is pretty standard, but still, like, there's only two hard problems in programming: naming things, cache invalidation, and off by one errors. Shit. Oh, and regular expressions? Yeah. Exactly. All right, so how to use GraphQL Data Loader. It looks like it works just fine with Apollo, which is huge. That's an important bit. There's the resolver, or the leaf node of the graph. What's a good way of doing permissions checks within resolvers? So this is authorization, right? Only authors can see their drafts. So you would get the value in the resolve, and you'd be able to check if the user ID is equal to author ID. Otherwise, you return null. What's a good way of actually returning to the user that they didn't have access? I guess this is only for getting your posts. If you wanted to get a specific post, that would be different, right? So they recommend passing the fully hydrated user object rather than just the token or API key. Okay. And that would be on the context itself. So notice that we define author owns a post by checking whether the post's author ID field equals the current user's ID. Can you spot the problem? We would need to duplicate this code for each entry point into the service. Then if the authorization logic is not kept perfectly in sync, users could see different data depending on which API they use. Yikes. We can avoid that by having a single source of truth. Oh my god. Dude. The thumb's healing, but I keep catching it on shit. Like, dude. I keep catching it and then pulling it. I trimmed it yesterday, and that helped a lot. But dude, I just caught it again. Note to self, don't slice into your thumb when you're chopping cilantro. Little life pro tip for you. So delegate authorization logic to the business logic layer. I see. I'd love to see an example of post repository here. I think that would help solve some of these like questions that I'm having. Okay, so back to the data loader thing. List of books and these authors. Yep. Define the resolver. Yeah, that's fine. And here is the resolver for author in the book. Okay. And that's where you got to fetch that. Yep. So the n+1 problem right? We log a fetching author, and we see fetching author multiple times. All right, so data loader then kicks in for that. Yeah, the single gets. Yeah, so that's a huge issue. So that's where you're talking about the multi-get approach, right? Data loader here is then just a cache for these things. So loader function must return a promise. That's fine. He really didn't go that deep with it. Yeah, so it's going to dedupe for you. Okay. So it's basically memoizing based upon the key value. But you still end up doing a fetch per author, right? Which is still kind of an n+1 issue, right? It hasn't solved the n+1 problem. It's simply like reduced the impact of it, right? This is still an n+1. It just dedupes. But that's not actually the solve. For every n of books, we need to make a +1 request for the author. Even if we're caching it, I don't see how author loader here is actually initiating the multi-get. Maybe it is. But this person's article does not explain any of that. So it's not a great post. It still seems to me like if you're doing the multi-get, you still have to like glue things together a bit, right? But then what about when you want to fetch the name of the author of that comment? I still feel like there's a lot of like manual gluing these things together that needs to happen somewhere. Does data loader handle that glue? Or is that custom logic you have to write? Yeah, what I'm looking at, Felipe, is that logic you have to custom code, or does data loader do the multi-get for you? So how do you know you need a multi-get at all, right? Like, that's up to you to create that way. So do you have an example of data loader taking a multi-get? Yeah, that's still a bunch of glue. That is still a lot of glue. Yeah, do you have an example of seeing a multi-get data loader? Right? Is there like a good blog post or example that you have that we could look at? Because I'm trying to understand that a bit more. Sure. Yeah, I'm not looking to watch a video right now. I pretty much never want to watch a video. Which is tough because I want to make video content. So I'm kind of the worst person to make video content due to the fact that I don't like watching videos. Right, so data loader does do the batching, right? That's the multi-get you're talking about, right? Create a new data loader per request. Oh. Interesting. So data loader is implemented in a lot of different languages. That's cool. Okay. And yeah, this dude's famous. Does he still work at Facebook? Co-creator of GraphQL. Damn. He's at Watershed now. I don't know what Watershed even is. Hmm. Okay, so I think I get it. This repository is managed by EasyCLA? Ooh, I haven't heard of EasyCLA. All right, so I'm going to cancel that. But yeah, interesting. I hadn't heard of EasyCLA yet. All right, so before we're finished, let's double check and look at some of these comments from 8 months ago. What are the biggest issues with GraphQL? Handling errors, right, because you don't get a standard error status code. You have to check for that yourself, right? A good client can solve that for you. They're also saying using subscriptions is a huge pain. And auth and resubscriptions is another pain. Debugging it is very different. So authorization, complexity, rate limiting. Rate limiting could be tricky, yeah. Tracing in production is an issue. Apollo Server offers a solution, but it's slow. Mercurius is much faster, but adding tracing is a bit of a pain. I've never heard of Mercurius. Ooh, instead of n+1, they do 1 + n. Fancy. Aw, thank you, Krasner. Yeah, it's solid. I'm proud of it. So Federation. Yeah, I could see that being an issue. All right. Well, I think we're at a good point. Man, we made some really good progress. I'm glad we fixed our midnight rollover bug. We just got to go fix it in all of our other SDKs, and we can do that tomorrow. I should probably make sure that I get some food in my belly, and sleep at a reasonable hour tonight. So let's go raid someone. Yeah, let's go raid Nick one. All right, so we're going to go right into Nick Wan's stream. He's doing some NFL Big Data Bowl. Wait, he's not finishing, is he? He's only been live for like an hour and a half. Nah, he's not done. Okay, so yeah, we're going to go raid Nick Wan. Everyone on YouTube, thank you all for lurking. Have a great rest of your day. I'll see you again soon.